Hello. Hey, hey. How are you doing? Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing good. I'm still flat. Wait. Hi, Bread Talk Dragon. Oh my god. Yeah, it's really nice to be able to join the VRC hangout again this morning. It was really nice. Even though I didn't get to really hang out until the end of the event, but I was there for a little bit, and then I suddenly got a phone call that I need to go do something, so that's why I kind of need to like leave kind of early, right? So it's kind of sad, but at least I get to hang out a little bit. A shame though. Like I wanted to stay there for longer. Wait, but it was really nice. I really love the audience anarchy, right? Like people can like they can act so well. I wanted to act, but I'm so scared that I'm just gonna fumble and and makes the entire and Kobo's gonna make the entire thing unfunny. You know, like I'm always afraid of that. But maybe someday I might be brave enough to actually want to try the audience anarchy thingy. That thing looks really fun. Audience anarchy with Sally is always great. I know, right? Like it's really fun looking at them acting out the character. I love the kaiju duck though. Quack. The kaiju duck's really good. I love that one. Yeah, VR chat hangout is really fun. I didn't get to play the trash compactor thingy because I was late. I was a little bit late to join the VR chat hangout thing. But it's all good. It's all good. Hi Wildflower. Welcome. Okay, let's see. So I actually wanted to play Tekken 8 today, but something happened this morning. Well, early morning. Something being that I have been struggling with low blood sugar lately, which is kind of weird. That never really happened before, but I feel like these days, I think it started to happen because I started to actually like, uh, Gee, oh my god. Hello. Welcome. Hi, Jing. Hi, Binary Boots. Welcome. I just started. I feel a little bit blur, but I'm all good. How was stream? What were you playing? What were you doing? How do you read that? The the en engineer engineer that is it engineer spelled that way? I'm not too sure actually. Hope stream was good. Jing Rain, hey crazy bright guy. Was Friday D&D tonight? I saw the D&D session with Bucket when I woke up this morning for a little bit. Hope that was fun too. Heck yeah. Welcome everyone for the raid. I'm Tiora. I'm a couple. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragon to bits. I love dragon bits, and I do art sometimes. Welcome. I was just kind of getting ready to play some vampire crawlers because yeah, I'm addicted. I was playing the game until like maybe one no, I was playing it until 2 a.m. last night. And then I saw the time and it's like, oh no. My eyes could barely open. And then I realized the time is 2 a.m. It's like, oh shit, I have to wake up early this morning. But yeah, new addiction acquired. The Vampire Chorus is really, really nice. Wrapped out a few mm, with the last few levels of the engineer. It's just engineer misspelled. Oh, I'm glad I was right. I mean the pronunciation is right, so I'll take it. Oh, it's a demo. What's the game about? I'm kind of curious. Read is scary and make food, unfortunately, but I hope you have a wonderful rest of the stream. I'll be lurking. Thank you, Jing. Have good food. Thanks for the raid again. And get that post-stream care. Very important. What's that again? Engineer? It gives me all the engineer game. Did you mean engineer? A Steam Dum Dum. Oh, it's NIR. It's a physics-based construction game, but I also need to control a character like Kobo. Oh no! I cannot play co-op. I used to play co-op when I was in mid-school something, and I tried out co-op, and I could not control my character. I didn't went berserk, I just sort of gave up. It's like, oh yeah, shit, I don't know how to control this thing. And it's like, yep, nope, I don't think I'm playing this. And co-op is hard. I don't know how they work. It sounds like a funny game, though, I'm not gonna lie. Anyways. Yeah, I wanted to play Take a Night today, but yeah, low blood sugar early this morning about like 4:30 a.m. And then I suddenly woke up and realized that, oh shit, low blood sugar. I'm shivering everywhere, cold sweat and stuff, right? The usual low blood sugar things, right? It happens. And then the aftermath of low blood sugar has always been like unfortunately fatigue for almost the entire day for some reason, right? Like I never thought about like low blood sugar have this sort of effect on people, but hey, I guess we learn new things every day. Well, not really new things because actually it started for the past few days that I started to play like badminton or pickleball with friends these days. And then wait, hi Jameson, hi Dragon. What? What? Oh my god. I want to make the pet longer. Maybe the chin scritch longer as well. Hope Jameson is doing good. Hi, Dragon. But yeah, recently I started playing more badminton and pickleball with my mid-school friends. And it has been really heckin' nice, right? Considering what happened to me for the past week, I was really down. And them pulling me out to play ball with me is like, yeah, it's really nice. I love my friends, they're amazing, right? They just like bring me out, eat some McDonald's, and then play some ball. Why not? Yeah, they're nice. And pickleball is really fun too. I love that. Anyways, right? That's why I didn't play Tekken 8, but I've been on the Tekken mood lately, and I feel like I kind of want to play Tekken 8 tomorrow. If nothing like this happens tomorrow, then yeah, wanna play some Tekken 8. It's time to go back to Tekken 8 for a little bit. I mean, they have a new patch note that's been really nice. So yeah, that's also why I kind of want to get back into Tekken 8. I mean, recently I also started playing Tekken 5, and then yesterday playing the arcade history of Tekken 5.
Wait. Hi, Alex Dragon. Hi, numbers. It's the video combo. Oh my god, I'm gonna cry.
Sugidio Maiwa.
Here, let me put this away.
Toryu.
Oh my god, hacking yip. Hacking yip. Hacking yip. Oh my god. Oh, hi, Dan. Welcome. Oh my god, Dragon. Am I not capturing this? Oh, I am. There we go. Okay, we have the music now. Hope you're doing good. I'm very sleepy because I woke up very early this morning for good reason. And like I mentioned, low blood sugar was was a bitch. Low blood sugar was a bitch. I hate it. Power saving mode? Oh yeah, the music is such a banger in this game. I'll put SFX at 80. Alright, let's continue. Not low blood sugar? Yeah, it's really terrible. So what happened last night, I unlocked a bunch of stuff. Got more power-ups now. I finished power-upping this one. Almost finished up this one to get more coins. Got some of these, right? So that's the power-up. Relic... I don't think I found any new relic, to be honest. We found Arcana. Oh yeah, this one. This is a new thing that I found. And then I went through Mad Forest 1, 2, 3 finished. And then Inlate Library 1. Gonna do 2 later. Unlocked Teeny Bridge as well, but haven't played that one yet. That's pretty much the progress that I'm in. Arcana, unlocked some cards. I was using this one yesterday, and it's pretty good, but this one is just better because this guy right here, fucking broken. So we love that. Crawlers, I haven't unlocked anyone new yet. I haven't bought them yet, but there's these 2 now. So
Yeah. Hi, Evie. And yeah, that's pretty much it with the progress that I did last night before I eat it. I played this game until 2 AM and I guess I'm kinda ashamed of it. The addiction is real! The addiction is real, oh my god! Anyways, let's do Inlight Library 2. Oh, 3. Difficulty 3 anyway. Alright, here we go. This game is easy. Nah, I'm joking. This game's hard. Oh yeah, I also found a bunch of like new combination of equipments. Like, watch this.
Pleased to see me.
Pleased to see me. I really like Whip. Like, Gennaro plus Whip is so good. The music is also such a banger.
Refund... Do I get refund? Oh yeah, garlic is new. I don't know what garlic is gonna be paired with. I don't remember. But Kobo doesn't remember. Wait. Do we get more whip? No, we need combo. Let's do garlic. And garlic disarms too. It's really good, I think. Wait. Oh, whip is crazy? Oh, this one's still here. Money. Shiny. Nuja? Nuja is really funny, but I like this one more. I like the stat stack. Oh my god, Zeus. Thank you, Zeus. Also, welcome. Whip is so good. Get some MP2. Like late game mana is so important. Good night. Get whipped. The music is so hype. Good night. Get whipped. I think the SFX, the sound effects is a little bit not too loud. Ooh, it's a list of discovered weapon evolutions and unions to the pause menu. Oh my god, okay. Where? Oh, Grim Grimoire. Yeah, I found this, I found this, I found this. Oh, any tomb? Yeah, I should drink any water. Yeah, I figured they're mostly the same. I don't remember what armor pairs with. Oh, garlic plus this. Oh, I found this one. Okay. I cannot remember all of these. We found this one, Pichon and Ebony Wings. Booking cooldown this one. Well, at least there's no cooldown here. Give me good stuff.
Oh, Bracer. Bracer is too good, actually. Bracer can easily break the game. Yes.
To your eggs.
Ooh, money. Reduce mana cost? This one is kinda actually. Oh, shout out to Numbers? Heck yeah, Numbers amazing. Numbers stream. I don't think I got a chance to really stop by Numbers stream, but Numbers heckin' nice. Let's get on the Stone Mask. Yeah, Tome is cooldown. In this game, it's like gain extra mana. Yeah. Bracer. Ooh.
Arrivederci.
Garlic. Garlic.
This should help.
Got him. I say. Oh, rope strings? I didn't know. Wow. The balls tag. Oh, thank you. Metro 2033 Redux. Oh, thank you, Evie. That's a Velcana? Fuck yeah. How was stream? Welcome, Rogue. Yeah, I'll do this one as well. And yeah. Hope stream went well. I never heard of the game before, but yeah. Hope it was fun. Also, welcome in the raiders from... Ooh. We'll get this one first. It's my first time playing a Metro game. Is Metro game like a Metroidvania kind of game, or is it something else? It went good? Heck yeah, good to know. And welcome everyone from the raid. I'm Tiora, I'm a Kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits, and I do art sometimes. Welcome. Oh yeah, of course if you need any like post-stream care, definitely go do them. They're very important. Nice. Playing Vampire Crawlers because this is my newest addiction. They have limited moves in the map? In the map, no. Like, you mean moving while moving around here, right? There's no limit to how much I can move here.
My turn now.
Okay. Goose. What do you do? Might do 40% more damage. Oh my god. If I use this, I'm gonna take 6 damage. Okay.
Let's dance.
Let's dance. Everyone is so British in this game.
Focus.
Pleased to see me. Yes.
More coin. Combo.
See ya.
Smart.
We got him. Nice.
To your aid. Bingo.
To your aid. Not sure what the Metro game series is labeled on there. Metroidvania usually is something like you progress through the game and then you unlock more movement tech to access more different places, something like that.
I say.
Might be a very
I must
rough
reload.
explanation, I think. I'm not too familiar. Too familiar. Oh, Metro, not Metroid. Okay, then I got it completely wrong then. Open world shooters, if I remember correctly. Oh, okay.
This should help. I say.
I say. Oh my god, shiny? Oh wow.
I'm fully armed.
Smart.
Disarm? Still got 3. Nice, we have 3 armor. Let's get candle.
Smart.
Yes. One last attack.
See ya.
To your aid.
To your aid.
To your aid.
To your aid.
Excellent. I say. I must reload. Let's dance.
Take this.
Oh my god, that went crazy.
Yes.
What the shit is that damage? Oh my god. Ooh, Light Tomb is really good. Shiny. Evolution. The card will reduce mana to 0, receive double mana instead. No, this is really bad for the late game. This is really good for late game. Do I want the evolution first? I mean, I don't have a tree. Let's get easy combo on this thing. That would be really good in the future. Or at least I feel like anyway. I really fucking love this game. Oh no.
I say.
Excellent.
I say.
Haha.
Pleased to see me.
I must reload. My turn now.
You got him. That's a combo.
Bingo. Focus.
Take this. Carry reduction.
Nice. Oh, I have to sacrifice a card. I guess I can sacrifice 1 knife. I'm okay with that. Give me 1 extra mana. 1 extra mana right now is extremely huge, actually. Ooh yeah. Weighty turn? This is for late game. I mean, these are all for late game. I feel like I can get this one first. Build up the luck. If I remember correctly, Clover luck stays throughout the entire run, so Kobo first. Boom.
See ya.
This one stays, I think.
I'm fully armed.
Would it be too much to move for sale? Not much just for RNG drops in the main game. In this game, I think it's kind of more than that. Move myself to where? Oh, I think I can. Let me try. There. I think that is a little bit better. I need to move the scene as well. Like I need to move this one more here, I think. It's gonna mess up a lot of things, but it's okay. Oh, there goes a little bit too much. And spoil the Kobo. Boop. Eh, close enough. Close enough.
Yes! Smart.
Smart.
I must reload.
To your aid.
To your aid.
Yes.
Let's dance.
Take this.
Full face. Copy the scene. There's no need to. It's only moving it a little bit.
Bingo. Yes!
I say. General out.
Yeah, that was crazy. Already feeling the synergy here. Mana cost reduced when not used. Eh? Use 10% of enemies' health as damage. These are not that good, I feel like. I don't think I'm far enough that I need to use decimate damage, like percentage damage. Armor as damage when played is really bad. I don't get a lot of armor. I'm gonna cash out. Give me coins, give me money. It gets better as the game goes. Yeah, but I'm still early. I'm still really early game. That is not going to benefit me as much. So I'd rather get the coin so that I can get permanent upgrades. Heck yeah.
See ya.
This should do it.
Oh, that's really bad. Spinach.
Take this. One last attack.
Two? I'll get it for one, it's fine. I'll build luck. I'm gonna build
Pleased to see me.
easy combo.
I say.
But greed? Is there greed? Greed gets more shiny now. Oh my god, this is the best. There. Wait.
Backstab.
Uh-oh.
My turn now.
Yes.
I need more braces.
I say. Excellent.
General out.
I must reload. I'm fully armed.
I'm fully armed. Everyone is so British in this game. Honestly, this sounds so cool. Oh, this is the best thing. This is bad. This is bad. None of these... I mean, armor is good. It's +1 permanent armor. Yeah, I'm doing it. +1 is not much, but it's something. Let's go down. Here.
Smart.
I can start getting 2 cards now. Nice. Those wild cards are really nice as well. Oh no. Ah, this one is might. I'm throwing this way. And one spinach. There. And fire one stacks of spinach? I think so. Magnetic. Ooh, draw is good. Draw. Oh, I think I should have made it onto the garlic. It's okay.
Focus.
This should help.
To your aid.
Ooh, that's kind of bad.
Haha. Yes.
It's a huge combo.
See ya. I'm fully armed.
Take these.
Bingo. Smart. I must reload.
One last attack.
To your aid.
To your aid.
To your aid. Yeah, I think spinach plus fire one is one. Ooh, nice. Shiny. Increase greed stat. And greed for clover. Never enough coin.
Haha. Focus. I must reload.
2 damage?
My
Okay, it's
turn
fine.
now. I say. Excellent.
Draw is so good. Increases the enemy. It can drop more. Yeah, this one is just like drops more coin. So greed is good. It's like
Yeah.
extremely good.
Pleased to see me. Smart.
Let's do this. Bingo.
Take these. Some really good synergy going on here.
Excellent. I must reload.
Yes.
To your aid. I say. Haha.
One last attack.
Ooh, crown.
See ya.
This should help.
Let's dance. Yes.
Smart.
Focus. See ya. My turn now.
Oh, not enough. Didn't check my mana.
Smart.
That just explodes. Explode. There we go. Triple damage? Oh my god. I want evolution. Into 3 cost card. I think 3 cost card is fine here. There we go. Nice. Hellfire. Going down.
Bingo. I must reload. I'm fully armed.
Ooh.
Haha.
Any objection? To your aid.
I can do Hellfire.
Take this.
Play cards earn coin while this is in your hand. Do duplicator. And sprinkle spinach. Well, this one's in your hand. I just tripled the XP in one skill since the stream started in RuneScape. Oh. Did my stream help? Oh my god. So I don't use garlic anymore? Play cards and coins while this is in your hand. Okay. Why not? Always get coins. Even though now I cannot use it. I got an unlock that lets me AFK a skill. Like you don't need to press the button for the skill anymore. I always like auto retries and never fails. Oh my god, I love that.
I say, I must reload. Let's dance.
I'm getting coins from this thing. Endless harvest. Hi Fluffy. Oh my god, thank you.
This should help.
Focus. Smart.
Just getting coins from that Midas card.
See ya. To your aid.
Yeah, I don't want to take too much damage here. Couldn't really heal.
Must attack.
Yes.
To your aid.
Excellent.
What the heck? What the heck? Ooh, let's get duplicator. Nice.
I must reload.
Taking 4 damage. Oh, I'm not taking any damage. I'm okay with this.
My turn now. Focus. Haha.
Why did it explode?
See ya. I'm fully armed.
Oh, they die. Oh, they explode when they die. Okay, okay. No 0 cards? Oh no. Okay, we do this. Holy.
Pleased to see me.
Yes. Bingo. I must reload.
Nice. Crazy. 99 go for 200 M. I also now have 30 blood shards. I assume that that thing is very good in RuneScape. Let's get this one and see what do I need for that one. Oh, plus whip. Okay, okay, okay. Let's keep it. Let's keep it. Come back when you have cards with gem slots or cash on the take 20%. I have no cards. It's a rare item you get from the skill I'm AFK. 1 in 1,000 drop? What the fuck? How do you even get that? Holy shit, nice. Cash out. Let's get money then. Money also good.
To your aid. I say, excellent.
I say excellent. Normally it's 1 out of 5,000. Holy!
See ya. My turn now.
No.
This should help.
Smart. I say. See ya. I'm fully armed.
Just getting coins from Midas is so good. If I missed that.
Smart. Excellent.
guess we get more zero cards. Wait.
Gennaro out. Pleased to see me.
I must reload. Let's dance. Yes!
No. If I run out of cards, turn ends automatically.
Focus. See ya. To your aid. Haha!
Ooh. The duplicator is so good. Blood shards let you knife steal sometimes with melee hits. Very good. Nice. Chicken. Yeah. Ooh, stone mask. Nice.
Bingo. I must reload. I'm fully armed.
4 damage. I'm taking 2 damage. It's fine.
Smart.
Smart. Yeah, wildcard is so good.
To your end.
I say. See ya.
Oh no. Nice. Double damage, do duplicator. I guess we get lightning ring, why not? Lightning ring. Oh, plus duplicator. Okay, we have them. So we have 2 possible evolution possible. 2 possible evolution. English. Oh, nice. Running out of tasks to do since I took 2 endgame regions. 9 more tasks out of my early game region. What? Did you just skip through? Hmm?
Take this. I must attack.
Let's dance.
Not the best, but it's something.
Yes!
This should help.
Bingo. I must reload.
It's a region locked special event. You get 2 out of 10 for free, unlock 3 more. Some are easier than others. Ah. So RuneScape is a free game, but there's also microtransactions? It's an MMO, right? So I guess that's very understandable. I do not use the garlic.
To your end.
My turn now. Haha! Excellent.
Excellent.
I must reload. I'm fully armed.
It's free. Free version is basically a demo, but the main game is paid subscription. Oh no. You can buy subscriptions with in-game coin if you can make enough. In-game coin? Whoa! That's the first I ever heard of a subscription being able to afford in-game. That's so cool. Because usually anything that I played before, it's always just real life currency can buy the subscription. Having the choice to buy a subscription with in-game currency is entirely new. That's pretty cool. I like it.
Pleased to see me.
Focus.
Yes.
Haha. See ya.
Get away. We get knife. And get item that can be traded subscription, and you can sell it to others. People buy it with real money and trade it in game for in-game money. Been playing RuneScape for years from buying the bond with gold. Oh. 4, 2. We did 2 first. There we go. Nice. Never like lightning the other game of Stum. It can get crazy with a lot of amount. Like with a lot of duplicator. A lot of projectiles.
To your aid.
Oh my god, bloody whip is OP. It just kills the entire thing. Nice. Shame. Growth, reduce mana cost. Growth is good. Growth. Yeah. Lightning was very single damage in an AoE dependent game. Yeah, and then once you get the combination, it's really good. Just kind of duplicate. Ooh, wait, what do I want to duplicate? Duplicate Bloody Tear. This one is really good. Yeah, let's do it. Nice. A 2-cost card right now is pretty good, I would say. Membership also applies to both versions of RuneScape. Oh, I like using the guns to evolve with revives. Oh yeah, that one's pretty good.
This should help.
Good luck. Oh my god. Increase mana cost? So it can be used in a higher combo. This is new. We have a lot of 2 cards. We need 1 card. Oh, we can get this one. I'm getting that one.
Excellent.
Excellent.
Take this.
Focus.
I say.
I'm getting so much coins.
I must reload. My turn now. Smart. Yes.
Oh, no 0-cost card.
Pleased to see me.
I'm getting whipped. Hi, Akko. Big. Hope Akko is doing good. Welcome. Big. Oh, this is gonna go crazy.
See ya. Let's dance.
Morning. Oh, that's a really good pet emote. Oh my god. Morning.
I say.
I say.
Bingo.
One last attack.
See ya.
We need one cost card. Pomerola? Yeah. Heal is always good, I think. Yeah, I should drink water. When I listen to this banger of music.
To your end.
Thank you, Akko.
Yes.
Oh, we got him.
To your aid.
Ooh, that doesn't kill.
Focus.
Gennaro.
We got him.
Excellent.
This should help.
We get whipped.
Backstab.
I must reload. Let's dance. Smart.
I just draw the Midas card. No. He just kills everything. Pichon? I guess we can get Pichon. I'd rather get a Hackin Boom card, but I don't have them here, so I'll maybe get this one. I'm gonna use this one actually. Yeah. Only when I have the combo though. Because it's gonna get destroyed once I use it.
To your end. Take this. Yes.
Haha. See ya.
Nice. Having a little like support card also helps with the Midas build. It just gets so much coin.
I'm fully on.
Mhm.
Bingo.
Oh, your name is Gennaro.
Pleased to see me.
Mug? Cross? I want this one. That tomb is too good.
I say.
Let's get this thing. Yeah.
I must reload. My turn now.
One last attack.
It's so good.
Yes.
To your end.
Bingo. I must reload.
Yes.
I'm fully on.
Combo. Let's get Light 2. Never enough mana, so that I can like keep playing cards.
I say.
Oh my god.
Gennaro. Pleased to see me. I say. Backstab.
The tomb is so good, holy shit. One turn kill. Evolution 4. I guess we can get 4 cost card now. Yeah. Lightning Ring and Duplicator. So good. Oh. I should have cashed out. I should have cashed out. No. Oh my god, I got a bunch of achievements. Oh, we get the bear now. Let's go to crawlers. I think we should buy all of them first. At 20 area when Paul is played, draw 1 card when the blue card is played. Gain 2 duration when Domari is played. Deal 40 damage when the purple card is played. Increase damage 30% when Pagnella is played. 1 card when yellow card is played. Oh, this is the one that I got. And then the bird, Yata Cavallo. At 2 amount when Cavallo is played, at 1 amount when a yellow card is played. Oh wow. We played the bird. Any new Arcana? Crawlers to the top of your deck. This one is pretty good. Increase mana every 100 cards. I'm not gonna have 100 cards, holy shit. Shoot bash is big. Hi, big gamer. Right, we have 4k money. That was a really good money build just now. There we go. Full 25% greed. Reroll choices 2 per rank. Let's get some luck. Okay. Now we can continue. World map. That was really easy, surprisingly. Let's do Inlate Library 3. 4? 4? We got this, it's fine. Alright, first time playing Burr. I only have 70 health. Burr have more health. Increase mana cost and money. Cherry bomb. Sure. I'm below 1 card, so we need 0 cards now. We got it. Ooh, I think Light Tube is good here. Early Light Tube. Be right back. Of course, take your time, Zeus. Burr is pretty strong. Plus ING. I'll take Steel Thompson splash damage. Yep. Oh, we need a lot of 0 cards now. Because Bear's first 3 card is 1 card. Explosion. Yeah, plus amount whip's really good. One more projectile. That's a lot of projectile. Ooh, I'm on greed. I need money. This one is a little bit spicy, I feel like, but it's possible. Should I fight everything first before... Yeah, I'm gonna fight everything else first and then come back to that one. Okay, now I need braces to draw more cards. Ooh. And crown good. Nice. Oh. Too early, I feel like. I'm doing it anyway. Maybe I can just do it raw. If like no good cards present and I have that card, just do it raw. It's okay, we can heal every encounter. No. Rainbow and all color trigger? I never know what the trigger means. I want greed. Give me greed. Give me more money. Armor? Yeah, Bane is no armor card, I just realized. Nice. Arcana Finder adds Arcana chest to dungeons. Ooh, okay. The random muzzle. Why do you say it like that? Random muzzle? Okay, we're blocking every damage here. I must get greedy. I must get more money. Yeah, let's fight this one. I think we can do it now. Junk. Shit. Ooh, that's kinda bad. Ooh. Should've done those raw, I think. Did he just dodge everything? What? No one told me about them dodging and shit. Okay, we got more greed. Yatta Cavallo, vampires in another coffin. Giovanna joined the crawlers. Let's go. Ooh, new character. That took a lot of damage though. It's okay. We have Chic. We have chicken. Chicken here. Green. Alright. We got the chicken. We love chicken. Definitely gonna need more mana now. Any tomb cards would be nice. I press wrong. It's fine. It's a sink. No, these are so bad. Can I cash out? Oh, okay, duplicate that. And that's a lot of bombs. Okay, not too bad, not too bad. Ooh, Midas? Yes, sir. Hit on Cherry Bomb. It's time to get more money. Never enough coins. We need more coins. Nice. There we go, I need that. Okay, the build is coming along, this is really nice. That bracer is huge. Bum. Okay, we're healing, we're healing. Not too bad. I need toon cards. Get this one. And that one has the evolution of Bloody Tear, but it costs 2 money as 2 mana. Duplicate. I can duplicate one more Midas Cherry Bomb. You know what? I'm doing it. Fuck it. Give me more Midas. More money. I mean, 440% greed is pretty good. I don't use the Hollow Heart. I assume the RNG means that when it explodes it does more damage. Got him. Well, the bear can really build up projectile numbers. No. A tomb is a tomb. Nice. Whoa. Double any healing effects. Armor persists. Your shield, my liege. Remaining armor persists between turn. Remaining shield? Do I even have a chance to have remaining shield? I feel like this one could be good. Let's get this one. Nice. That's a lot of balls. We're healing as well. Oh. Mini boss fight. Interesting first draw. Let me get this one. They just got all cherry bomb? That's insane. The amount of unlucky that just happened. And now it's all zero cost card. Oh my god, really? We get whipped. He's pretty good. Yeah, let's get this one. I need to find a way to get more mana soon. Very soon. Or else the build is not gonna work now. Like, even just +1 mana, it's like good enough. Double damage on this one? No. I thought it's spinach. What pairs with King Bible? I don't remember. Let's get golden armor. Yeah. Armor persists anyway, yeah. Nice for healing, we're healing. Money. Oh, that's a bad first draw. Didn't think this could happen, but it happened. Anyway. Maybe armor persist is really good. More bracer? Yep. The earlier I can build up bracer, it's really nice. Cards copy when used. This one could be good. That means I can get essentially +2 mana, I think. Big money. Yeah, we need that. Yeah, just like that, I get more mana. It's a little bit awkward though. That's unfortunate. The bear is really building up, or the panda is really building up a mound. Nice. Unfortunate draw. Oh, we're getting more draws now, it's fine. More cherry bomb? Sure. We need more luck. I feel like luck can affect this thing. Now we're getting a lot of coins, but not a lot of luck here. Nice. Coin. Oh, I'm being drowned. That was pretty good.
Good girls, sip sip.
Thank you. Got it. Oh, yeah. Finally, Light Tube is so good. MP2? Okay, our build has a... The build has an... It's hopeful now. Oh my god, we win this one already. Zero and 2? cute noises. Oh yeah, sometimes I stretch. Yeah, sometimes I stretch and then that noise happens. I couldn't help it. We can play with so much mana now. Retain, recycle. And card skips the discard pile. I don't know what I want to skip the discard pile. When the card is drawn, it stays in hand until used. Reduce mana cost for this one? I don't have 3, I have 2. This could be really good for the late game if I can get a lot of like good strong cards that requires a lot of mana. I'm doing it. Copy and -1 mana cost is really good. Right, here we go. One bracer, 1 armor. Attacks deal extra damage for the cards in your hand. Triple damage. Cash out for 200. I'm cashing out. Give me the money. Oh, it copies without the thing. That was a lot of preparation for nothing. Explosion. Duplicator. I have roll 1 card. I need 0 cards. That's kinda bad. I think that healed. So the tomb is now like a guaranteed plus 10 mana currently, so huge. Mana. For the sake of money, I can destroy my combo count. It's fine. Let's get more 1 for now. Getting some heal could be really good as well. Getting some braces. One run for this amount of money, I think that's pretty good. Nice. Boss fight. Hello, me. Hi. Welcome. The Ancient Tomb. That's a new one. 3 cost for 4 mana? I don't know. Let's get knife. With bracer, we can get into like a 3 card and 3 cost. We get whipped. How are you? I'm very eepy, but also feeling pretty nice today. I had to wake up early for good reason this morning and I was very happy. I hope you had good too. Hope Vampire game was fun. Is the game good? The game is extremely good. I am absolutely addicted to this game. It's that good. I use too much. Oh no. Ayo yo yo. Okay, that really hurt. Look at this game. Maybe they just releasing a banger out of nowhere. Right, I never heard of this game being like developed, and then suddenly this game comes out and I see people play it. It's like, huh, I wonder what this is. And then I saw people play it. It's like, oh no. Oh no. And then I got gifted this game yesterday by Toon, and then I got even more. Oh no. Look at the money. I'm getting so much money. Oh, I need the Shiken. And the wild card, nice. Right, Toon is super duper nice. I'm just doing combo for the sake of being for doing a combo. That's 10. I'm just gonna do this one. Good enough. Yeah. I'm doing it for the luck. Always appreciate the visit. Aww. I always wanted to like hang out at more people like friends stream, but it's kind of embarrassing as well that like last night I was in before I go EP I was in Attic's stream, right? And then I saw a lot of people talking and then I got intimidated. I got scared and then I was really scared to even like say something in chat. This is a very me thing though, right? I don't know, I just get scared very easily. I can't help it. But at least in the end, before I actually go EP, I still did say something in Attic stream and I was glad. Whoa. Oh, they explode. Yeah, Attic is very chill. I like the way Attic talks. 14, this is really bad. Michael, how much health do you have? we go to the same great voice semi-pure is way better than mine. Oh, I didn't know my voice is good. I feel my voice is only okay. Like, I think it's very energetic. I feel like my voice is not as energetic. I want this thing. Dude, duplicator. I need more heals. Uh-oh. Yeah. Yeah. Money. Can I have Shika? Orologium? Apply one phrase to the front row, destroyed. That's a lifesaver. Okay, okay. Your voice is very cute and sweet. It's good. Oh my god. Hey. Oh, I think that's kind of bad actually. No. Oh, now I have too much one cost card. Is it too much? I think it's just bad true. I'm gonna heal 2 after this encounter. I'm keeping that card. That's a lifesaver. Here is the oh. Oh, more duplicate. I need more bracer. I need more bracer. I just need this. It's like so needed. This is getting spicy now. $16 damage. I'm using it. 16 damage is too much. Greed. Didn't I get frozen? Why am I still getting hit? I guess attacking them stops the throw. It stops the freeze, I guess? Oh no. At least that heals. This is kinda bad. Kobo needs more heal. I also need to find everything. Oh. Oh no. No. I need as much shield as possible. One card. Oh my god, it's all just one card. More damage, we block that. I don't use this for now. I'm using it, fuck it. No combo, it's fine. Oh, I used the wrong card. Shit. It's okay. Not much damage. It's fine. I should use the Pomerola. I should have healed more. No. Chicken. No chicken. 250 coins though. That's crazy. Okay, we take this. I think I'm lagging a little bit on attacking cards. I have too much like preparation cards, but not enough attacking cards. Oh, I think I died. No! No! That was a bad draw. Bombard gem? I think that was my second loss. I'm pointing at that. Oh. I need this. Nice. And then this. Nice. Nice. That's a lot of upgrades. Alright, we're trying it again. Let's go there again. It's true, Kobo makes the world a better place. Gosh, I mean, that's a really high praise. I mean, I'm just here doing kind of just sitting here doing not much. No. Wow, that's a big difference. I'm leveling up twice in one encounter. Huh? Wait. I really love the music though. I wish I could make the music a little bit louder. But I already have music on the loudest, I'm pretty sure. Okay, okay. More crown, of course. Garlic? We get garlic. I think we need more attacking card. And garlic is pretty good too because more coffin. Garlic disarms enemies. Just you playing games is bringing people comfort. Thank you. It means a lot honestly because sometimes when I just sit here, sometimes when I sit here and play games, like, I know I'm doing something, but at the back of my mind, I cannot help but feel like I'm just doing nothing here. But I need to think differently. And I'm glad that me being here can bring comfort to other people as well. That also means a lot. Oh. crown? Oh no. Already 160%. Give me shine. More growth? Okay. Let's get knife. Let's not just evolve willy-nilly here. I feel like I evolve too much and then that just kind of breaks the flow of the build. Early game anyway. More crown. The game really wants me to like have all the crowns. I mean, I love shiny. I'll take it. Don't forget to get some armor as well. I feel that's pretty important. Area for cherry bomb? Sure. I like the stat boost. It's really hard to maintain the balance after I get so many cards. But also like because I'm getting a lot of crown cards that just destroys after. See? Echo? Replace the previous card effect? Oh my god. Cherry bomb. Oh. Okay, Echo is really good. That is already huge. We're gonna fight the boss first. I feel like this thing is even harder than the boss because they keep dodging my attacks. Cross. Adds armor is pretty good. Let's get whip. So that when I have Echo I can get more armor. I don't think it works with crawler cards. Let's just play with 0 and 1 cost card for now. I don't know about triple damage. Okay, I'm using it. I'm using it for garlic. Okay, now we go down to this thing. There. Nice. Not nice. Okay, there's 2 bracer, I think. That's a lot of damage just there. It does. Okay, okay. So it does add it. Okay, Echo is really good. Are they just dodging everything? Oh, I don't know what happened, but they suddenly died. Heck in bone. Increase might stat. I'll give it to this one. Oh, that went really well. The echo is gonna be like huge. I can already kind of feel it. It's gonna be so good. Echo essentially helps me build up faster. Oh, it doesn't add that. Okay, maybe the triple damage is really fucking strong. Mini boss? No attacks. This is combo. Nice. Free. Yeah, +2 projectile. Essentially that's +4 if I do that. Nice. MP2? Midas. Yes, sir. It's time to get more money. Yeah, 512 money is just underwhelming at this point. I mean, not after what I got just now, the almost 10k or like 15k, I think. That just kills. It doesn't add much. I don't have much greed. I need more greed. Kobo needs more greed. Got him. Okay, everything's going well so far. Draw one card, destroy. Okay. Oh. Armor persist. Mana every 100 cards. Deal armor is damage when played. This one is too good. So now armor cards are more valuable? Yeah, they are more valuable now. 0 attacking cards and armor card. That's unfortunate. Ayowe. Definitely gonna need more attacking cards, you know. Nice. One mana? Sure. Yeah, that was pretty bad. And Clock Lancet, apply 1 freeze? It costs 3. Oh! Okay, so attacking them removes the freeze. Got it. Attacking them removes freeze, yeah. At first I didn't know, but now, yeah. That makes freeze so bad. No armor. Okay, that actually helps a lot. It's time to get some 2 cards, I think. One more XP. That's four times the experience points that I'm getting. Nice. Killing maybe? I mean, if I stall like that, that was really big. That was really good. Oh, so it just plays the knife again. Okay, okay. Magic 1 plus empty tomb, I think. So let's take one of these. Nice. More bracer. If I can quickly get enough draw, that'll be really nice. Like really, really good. Oh, I missed one loot. There we go. We just like no invoke freeze and empty page. I mean, I know what freeze does. That's really bad. Okay, maybe not. It's not bad. Not too bad anyway. Oh, bracer? Sure. It might hurt on removal. No, it just straight out removes them and does nothing. But if I don't touch them and stall, then it's good, right? Or if I can kill them, then it's good, right? But attacking them just removes the freeze. I wonder what this one pairs with. I'm grabbing this one, but I don't think I can use it anytime. Check. Yeah, I don't know what it does yet. I still took 1 damage. Nice. Candela? Sure. Double damage on... no. Armor? Yeah, armor is good. We need armor. So let's put it on cherry bomb. Going down. Evolve in Survivor with the rings? I don't remember. I haven't played Vampire Survivor in such a long time. Candle, Candela. That's pretty good. Try getting a King Bible then. It's probably not as good, but I want to see if I can combine it with something. Yeah, I still don't know what it does. Zero? Draw another of the same card if I have one. I don't think I have that. Hollow Heart? We have a whip, right? But that's 2 cards for the bloody tear. Bloody tear. Duplicate that. I feel like I should have gotten that armor. Nice. Nice. Damage is gonna be so good here. Oh my god, I should have gotten that armor card. No. Fuck it. I need to find another armor card then. So I'll get 5 armor every turn. Not the best. In Survivors, the upgrade would freeze and deal percentage health damage to every enemy. Oh. Crown? Always crown. Ancient Tomb. Those are not some good cards. I'm getting a little bit concerned with the last few card choices. I don't want to take 9 damage. There's still no way to up my maximum mana. Reduce mana cost for next card played by 1. It's a wild card. What? Oh my god, heck yeah. It doesn't destroy. That's a combo builder card. Chicken. Yin Yang, even mana, gain 1 mana, odd mana, draw 1 card. So it's just good in general. Oh wait, even mana, gain 1 mana. Odd mana, draw 1 card. So even mana, gain 1 mana. What if this? I mean 0 is even, so I gain 1 mana for this? I'm gonna use this one. I'm gonna combine this with NT2, I think. Do I? Nah, fuck it. It's free mana. Yeah, +1. Dragon Cross. And that's a really cool effect. Holy shit. Okay, 0. Wild. Three damage? I'll use this one. Ooh. Oh. Fine. 1 candle? Yeah, I have too much candle. 1 candle. Bombard? Cherry bomb? Cherry bomb? I'll put cherry bomb on King Bible maybe? I'm gonna see what it does. That sucks big time. What the hell is that? No. Nice. I have to think about it for a bit. Finally, coming in. Fire 10 more projectile. That's why we love wild cards, baby. Oh, it's gonna go crazy. That's a lot of books. Oh, we're full health, we don't need to go get that chicken. That's pretty good, okay. Mug? Earn coins when the card kills an enemy. Oh! Oh, let's get lightning ring on that. I feel like lightning ring can kill very consistently. Jump on. Wings. Garlic. Like 2? No. We might need some clover here. I'm kidding. We need clover. Oh! Oh, it becomes 3? I mean, it went from 3 to 3. This one went from 0 and 1 to 3. I'll take this one. Oh, we have clover. Okay. I wanna get the chicken. Chicken. Get mugged. My game just lagged. That's how we know I'm doing something good. Restore health. Candelabro? Armor, we need armor, we need armor. Blue water. It's all one card? Oh my god. Echo. Wait. As much as I love Bracer, I feel my current Bracer situation is like not too bad, so it should be fine. Water. This is fine. Get mug. Then we shall money. Let's get more whip. Oh, nice. We need this armor card. Let's do this thing. Do duplicator. That one's gonna be good for like the first few rounds of every encounter. Nice. There was a little book. Duplicator. That's a little cherry bomb. Coin purse. 24 coins, draw one card. That's not too bad. We need more of these. Wings is too good. It's a free card minus other mana costs by 1. It's like, yeah. Oh my god, wings again. That was type 7. Oh, that's not too bad. Head armor on 1 whip. Nice. Getting a little bit of a balance build here, which is nice. It's not just like purely attacking. I'm getting poop. I like poop. Oh, that's really bad. Why is it -1? I think it's bugged. Yeah, it's not -1. Storm Mask. Got it. Mini boss. That was very loud. Nice, retain the damage. there was a lot of a lot of projectiles. There was a ×7 candle. 2, 3. Yeah, we're getting this one. 2 is like pretty nice now. There we go. Climbs out of the Kobo, there's a length on the arm for a nap. Have good nap. I feel like I should probably take a nap as well, but no. I want to play this. Do we have spinach? We have sprinkled spinach, but not spinach. X plus candelabra, if I remember correctly. We could try X. Check. Plus candle. Yeah, candelabra, it works. Nice. That was a lot of damage. Returns to hand after playing. I don't know how good that is. It's not that good actually. Let's get one more bracer. One more bracer. Alright, boss fight. I think we're fine. I feel like my build currently is not too bad. I have a whip. And I have this. Why can I not? That's a shit ton of damage. What the? Yeah. That's a lot of damage. Nice, we got it. Yeah, it's all 3 costs now. I'll do it. We have a lot of 1 cards? Yeah, we have a lot of 1 cards. More going down? Okay. Nice. More crown? should have mugged them. Oh my god. The motorbike? Why does motorbikers like to rev the engine so much? It's weird. Nice. We negated some damage by doing that, so it's pretty okay. Light 2? Nice. Dang, that was pretty good. That was a really bad 2 draw. It's kinda bad. Chicken? Getting that mic is a pretty good choice. Ancient 2. Oh my god, greed! I need greed! Money! I'm not getting any evolution chances though. Can I not evolve anymore? Not too bad, not too bad. Definitely need more armor though. Increase the starting hand. Maybe that's pretty good too. It increases starting hand. Okay, okay, I'm doing it. Nice. Times 5. The wings card is so good. And Kobo is absolutely cooking them. I'm cooking them. Should I use the light tome first? More clover? Gain this one. That was so good. Oh my god, okay. Draw one card. And luck. Those are wild cards, very very nice. Rainbow armor. Dang. Why do cows wear bells? Because their horns don't work. Cow wear bells because their horns don't work? Doesn't cow have horns? But how did it not work? I mean, they have horns. No? What's that? Oh, I think I know what that is. 10 damage, can take it. Honking and such. Car horn auto joke. Well, Sari provides. Whoa. Is this the last stage? Now you appear. I feel like this is the last stage. Maybe, just maybe that this might be the last stage. I'm gonna cash out. Oh my god, I'm the best. I'm so good. How do I know? Holy shit. Just have a gut feeling that this is the last stage. So can you cash out there and get extra 200 money? And Swollen Fist Arcana. Scene Arcana. Friendship Amulet. Why didn't the orange win the race? It ran out of juice? Oh my god, that truly a dad joke. We unlocked the new one, right? 20 luck when Giovanna is played. 1 card when the purple card is played. Oh yeah, you use Kitty to attack, I remember. Let's try Giovanna.
There's only one way. The which way?
The which way? I'm gonna cry. Oh. Deal 2 times deck pile as damage after turn. Trigger ability at start of turn. No, this one's really good. You died. Yeah, that's how you win. That's how you win in the Vampire Survivors game. You survive the time limit and then just, and then you know how the game works. It says game over and then switches to stage completed because that's how it works. Yeah, that's how it works. I know how the game works, I think. Any new things power up? I guess more damage is really good. Yeah, maximum damage. That's 2 times the damage, essentially. Very, very nice. Alright, let's go world map. We did 3 maps, right? So we finished this one. 2, 3, 4. Now we go Teeny Bridge. Easy. Alright, new character time. Oh. Oh, it's just a straight line. Oh no. Nibbles Kobo. Oh! My tail. I got the Amari. Chance to scuffle? When 2 cats collide, they may start fighting. Oh. Oh my god, it's just like the game.
Taxi on. Yes.
How many enemies are here? Holy shit. Gillen key. Oh my god, the music is so fucking hype. Hello? Duplicator. Kitty just fighting. More duplicator.
To your aim. Smart.
Get him, Kitty. So far, so good.
I say.
Unlucky. More Kitty. More Kitty. Let's go. Get him, Kitty. Okay. There was a lot of fight. Increased luck stat. Earn coins when the card kills an enemy. I'm not earning any coins here, so let's get luck. Wait. Why am I not earning any? Why is it just a straight line? I mean, yeah, they did say it's a bridge. Go Kitty!
Spooky.
Spooky! Grove? Grove on knife?
I've done plenty.
Is there a rat? Oh my god. Get him, Kitty! Yo! That's a little key. I should get some armor. Draw one card. That's a lot of kitty.
What are the chances? Shut up. I say. Faster.
The kitties are doing work. Nice, easy. Okay. It's Stardust Envoy. Unlocks the blacksmith workshop in the village. Okay. New things. And then more fighting. Ooh, that really hurt. Ooh, duplicator. That's good for the long run. That's really bad.
Look at you.
Go kill! Destroy them. That's a lot of kitty, oh my god. Yeah, let's get Bracer. We need Bracer. We got the Amari.
I say.
20? We're not getting any coins here. Let's get the protector. Oh shit, I cannot help it. I see shiny, I must take it.
What are the chances? Shut up!
Oh my god, there's so much kitty. Okay, let's drink water. Music is so hype though. This feels like the last boss stage, the last boss music. What's going on?
Smart!
Slow start build. We're getting a lot of armor though, so this is fine. I think purple card is I'm gonna get so much good out of purple card.
Spooky! I've done plenty.
Nice. The card is drawn first at the start of the encounter. Oh no, I cannot put it in bracelet. We get armor.
Look at you! Presto! Shut up!
Go kitty! Oh my god.
I say, smart!
Yeah, that's a normal amount of projectile. Oh my god. Double damage on kitty? Kitty! Hi Sola. Oh my god. Oh! Overkill. Keep attacking defeated bosses to earn coins. Oh wow, okay. Cheek. I hope Solar Dragon is doing good. And Kitty? We love Kitty. One duplicator. Shiny! Copy? Midas is too good. We put at one kitty. Alright. Must be the boss fight, this one. already at 6 on first turn. Go P! I'm getting money out of Midas. There's no zero shiny in my book, there'll always be ways to get shiny. So much kitty. Mug them. We need the money. Ooh.
Taxi up. Death.
Oh, it's here now. Overkill? Friendship. I didn't even get a chance to use a card. More Midas. Oh. Oh, it's only one. Well, we did it. That was easy. We got the Amari. Dairy Plant Overkill. Overkill is great. Alright, we didn't earn much there, but that was a short run as well. I want to play more Gati Amari, it's really fun. Alright, new thing. In the blacksmith you can modify cards and gems? Add more gem slots to card you've discovered. Ooh. Oh. Oh no. Oh fucking no. The game is gonna get so broken. Oh shit. I love it. I can add to Bracer? Shit, I need more money. Oh no. I love how much the game gives us, like holy shit. Oh, there's only one. Okay, this one is pretty fun. I love it. Alright, now we're in Dairy Plant. We did everything here. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1. Now we play this one. Let's go. Ooh. Oh shit, the music. Huge bang. Milk? I'm gonna get milked. Like, I'm not even gonna hide it anymore.
What are the chances?
Oh, that kinda hurt.
I say.
Yes. This is where milk is born? Yeah. Like, chat, you guys have no idea how, like, I know this is weird, but gosh, was I needy for the past few days. Hi, Ash. Ooh, I mean this. Hi, Kobo friend. Oh.
Hello, Bring. It's just broken English. It's broken English. It's out of the screen lah. Hi. It's okay. Kobo broken now. It's fine. Only broken a little bit. Broken English. This is new dialect, I tell you. Broken English. English. Hello, Bring. Hope you're doing good. I think I should get some zero cards for now. I get the Gosong card one now. Gosong card so that I can play with my early Kati Amali first now. Hot lizard? Oh shit! Got the hot lizard? Oh my god. Shake my head playing with Pussy on stream. I cannot help it, eh? The game forced me to play with Pussy. Not much I can do. But the hot lizard though, oh my god. Willow Kitty.
Spooky.
Go Kitty, go Kitty, go. Echo? I think Echo is really good But I feel like early Echo is not that good now. Then we get armor lah, it's fine. Armor is not bad lah. I mean early armor can really go far long. Refund? Double damage?
Double damage kitty. Oh, nice.
I've done plenty.
Oh yeah, I have the armor persist card. For free?
Taxi on.
That was big combo. Money. In chat, I promise I don't have an addiction to this game, I think. I think. Definitely. Right? Me? Addicted to this game? Hiya, no lah. That one, I don't think so. I guess we can get some stat buffs here. Yeah, it's time to get some stat buffs. Also armor cards are gonna be really good. Fox Fang. Foxes are territorial animals and mark their boundaries with piss and scent. They would defend their territory from other foxes, especially during breeding season. Oh. That feels like a dog, maybe? Or like a... no, wolf? No. Wild dog? I don't know. Doesn't dog piss on something to, like, mark their boundaries as well? A fox's tail serves as a signal flag to communicate with other foxes from a distance. Different tail positions and movements convey different messages. Yo! Along animals too? That's true actually, yeah. Go kitty, go kitty, go! Already? I guess it's not gonna be that easy anymore. So it just deals the 7 damage. Early? Ooh. Oh my god, how much health do you have? Overkill! Oh, we got 2 money. I didn't even get a chance to play any cards. What do you mean overkill? Meet us. Oh, I shouldn't put in a Gatiamari actually. Well, it's fine. We did it anyway. Chicken. Coming down. Communicating with tail is definitely new to me. Nice. Chicken? Okay. It's the hot lizard again. How do you play without braces? Oh, thanks for the leg.
Spooky.
5? Okay, lucky. Oh. That's a lot of money. I love Midas cards. I used the wrong card. It's okay.
I've done plenty.
Nice. None of this is good, I feel like. I don't know. Let's get Fire 1.
Lucky you.
Oh! Junk? Oh my god, killing you gives junk? That's crazy. Boss already. Get some more empty too. More junk? Oh no. Oh my god, there's so much junk. What does that do? I think that gives junk, right?
Shut up.
2-1. Confuse? Mana costs are randomized temporarily. Oh, I mean, that helps. Wow, this thing is tough. 250? I don't really think I'm doing that much damage.
To your aid. Spooky.
At least I'm not doing as much damage to me. They're only doing 4 damage per hit. Overkill? 27 money? Cross. Heal! Oh my god, okay. There we go. That's an overkill right there. Can't always benefit from combo. Oh, this is really good. Always benefit from combo. I think a 0 cost card is gonna be good here. Well, that took 10 years, but it's okay. trigger abilities at start of turn. Repeated cards this turn are free. Cards are free to play if a version of it has been played this turn. Is this good? I think. I'm taking it. Pop, 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 pop. Yeah, 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 yeah. I'm listening. My nose, my chinook. Ow. Oh, that does mean Katiamari is gonna be free, you know? What is this draw? What is this draw? I'm taking damage. Nice. My snake. Oh. We duplicate more Gatiamari, I guess? I mean, Gatiamari is my main source of damage, I feel like. Minus Gatiamari. Yeah. With my current, like, Arcana card, many duplicate card is gonna benefit a lot, I feel like. Gonna benefit a lot from duplicates. Yeah, it becomes free just now. Knife.
Taxi on. Spooky.
Nhông nhông. Yeah, more shield is also good for my build here. What is this? Getting all the cats in one draw. That doesn't look good. No slow damage.
I've done plenty.
I'm doing enough damage against this thing. Oh, I am? Okay. Nice. That wasn't too bad. I don't think I have enough mana to play with this first. Or like for now anyway. If the card will reduce mana to 0%, to 0, receive double mana instead. Yeah. I see the play now. I have 3 mana. The first thing I see is a hot lizard. Oh my god, mini hot lizard. That kills? Okay, maybe Kitty is doing a lot more damage than I thought. Nice! Immediately the game tries to like hack me over. Like, what is this? Oh my god, where are my 0 cards? Nice. Should have done the other way around. Okay. Oh, I think this is gonna mess up the flow. Like the flow of my current mana rebate build. Yeah. I should get more of this. Duplicator is really strong. More projectile is always nice. Nice. Increase mana cost? No, we don't do that. We don't do that. We take my turn. Let's get more Gati Amari. Because I have the Arcana card. That's gonna make Gati Amari really good. And if I can somehow keep getting cards. Ow. Okay, not when this happens though. Okay.
Look at you.
Yeah, just kill them. Bomba Infernal instantly vaporize all enemies on the first floor of a dungeon you have previously cleared. Ooh, on the first floor? Shit. I'm gonna reduce this one. Wait, it's gonna get less combo potential. I didn't think about that. I have health. Ooh, that's really bad. Oh my god, that just kills.
Spooky.
Less benefit, but it's still good, I would say. Nice. Yeah, the duplicator is the lifesaver here. Or else it would like be tough for me to go through anything right now. Apparently Gatiamari doesn't do a lot of like damage, I feel like. Maybe? We're still gonna take some... Okay, it's fine. Hi Peter. Hi Dragon. Good morning. Morning Dragon. Hope you're doing good.
I've done plenty.
Oh my god, I'm gonna die. Holy! The game's actually bullying me. -1 to 3. It's a lifesaver. I don't think I can get hit anymore. What are these draws?
What are the chances?
That's really bad.
I say.
Oh. Oh, at least it got some damage towards the end. I need a lot of heals now though. Yeah, it's time to evolve things. Let's do a 2 first. Magic 1 and anything 2. Drink water is a threat. I drink water. What? Hi, Jay. Get the side? Okay. Let's do it. Let me start an encounter because the music is such a banger. Drinking snails is not good. I don't know if Solar knows that. I'm gonna go close the curtain real quick. It's time. Now I can get the food. Got the thing. Jace the Stone personified. Oh, so I can steal Jade because Jade is super shiny. Oh my god! I'm gonna get Jade tonight. There's no running away. That's pretty good. I'm not sure you can pick up a 400 LBS. I can't, but I can stay at Jade's side, and I think it's good enough. Transitive property hoarding? Put Jade in Kobo hoard, then put Kobo in mine. Many hoard. Oh my god, that hurt. I have only one cards. Okay, we're still surviving. Oh my god, I need that so bad. Also, I'm trying to catch my breath here. Whoa, dragon! Oh my god. Oh my god, dragon! I'll just drain you again. How about me? I want to get drained too. So do this. And there'll be times 4, right? And then this will be times 5. Oh, it becomes times 1. Where's the easy combo? Nyong nyong. You Kobo noises of MPG. I'm feeling rather squeaky today. For whatever reason. Oh, there's a boss. Okay, it's okay, we have a lot of like build projectiles. Confused? Model? That's a different one. Crawler trigger types are randomized. It's a lot of keys. Oh no, it's a confused. Overkill. I get friendship ammo. Get him! Go key! That's really close. Oh, I can get another one of these? Sure. Get this one. I actually should have removed the... Whoa. Where's the hot dragon? Why is it gone at 18? I'm gonna do Light Tune, Friendship, plus 8, and then boom. That doesn't do much, I'm dead. 1 health left. Okay, we're surviving this one at least. Ooh, they just cleaned house. Thanks very much. Cheated on. Over-sexual relations didn't work out. Poly is acceptable. I think poly, like relationship stuff. I mean, I recently had a very sad case of like relationship stuff, but it's not exactly like a romantic relationship, but it's more like a master pet relationship. It still hurt me very much, right? Relationship is tough. I'm dead, by the way. No, why? Kill, get him, kitty. No. Ramba. Defeat the milk elemental. Milk? Weenie Breach? Bomba Infernal. Wow gem. Oh, wow gem. Shit. Wait, wow gem's gonna be huge. Actually, I'm gonna see if there's like... Bianca Ramba. At 3 amount when Ramba is played, 1 amount when purple card is played. Draw 1 card when a yellow card is played. Do 60 damage when the red card is played. Oh. We play the Milkman, Bianca Ramba. I mean, that's a lot of amount.
Thought you were ghosting me.
Well, I'm the milk woman now, apparently. I'm not gonna go blacksmith first. Let's do the permanent power-ups first. Skip choices and get XP in set 2 per rank. Oh my god. Oh, I need this. What is this? Crawler slot? And an extra crawler slot per rank? Whoa. Wait, I can bring extra crawlers? And then 3 armor. I mean, that's pretty good. No damage though, but... Oh, no regeneration as well. It's okay, we take it. So we can bring more now?
I see you have taste.
We're going for a full amount set. Cards are free to play if a version of it has been played this turn. Your shield, the shield is just so good, I feel like. Sharp Mind. 5 mana between turns. That one is like eh. Move crawlers to the top of the deck. Actually, this one is also really good. Double healing. When a crawler leaves, put them at the top of your deck. Yeah, this one is like... Yeah, I'm taking that. Alright, let's try again. Weenie Breach. No, we haven't even done this one yet. Have we even finished that one? Oh, that's quick. $198 with a chance. What? What the heck? What the heck? Reduce one, so that we might have a chance to like play like extra one, I guess. We only have 2 mana though. That's a little bit spicy. There'll be one. If you can combo it with this one. If I can combo you this one, no. I think yeah. If I do this raw, at least I'll get like two mana. I need 3 more projectiles.
To your aid.
This should help.
I'm good. That feels extremely strong, but we just have to like get it started somehow. Oh, that's gonna take a while.
Haunting.
Just kills. Duplicator? I wonder if that car benefits from Duplicator.
I'm busted.
That's a really strong car, what can I say? Purple trigger draw? I think draw could be good here. Let's do it on knife. I'm gonna work with what we have here. Oh, we got money. I wonder if the amount just means how many times it goes back and forth. That could be what it is.
To your aid.
Okay, okay.
Back for more.
I say. Yes.
Yeah, I think just how many times it goes back and forth.
I need to be.
That's gonna play a while, and that's gonna take a while.
Pleased to see me.
Back for more.
Oh my god, knives. I mean, that was a chance to knock back, so... Oh my god.
I say, that's all I can take.
I say.
To your aid.
Cherry bomb. Spin. I think it's best that we play with 0 and 1 for now. It's for the best anyway, 0 and 1. Oh.
Smart.
Three draws per turn is kind of diabolical actually. But I am getting a shit ton of amount. That's something, but the fact that I only get one and get 3 cards per turn is kind of depressing.
I'm busted. To your aid.
And this is really easy to build out the amount of projectiles that I can throw. Did it just make the game lag? Oh my god. I guess we can duplicate this one. Or more book? No, I need to draw cards.
That's all I can take.
Pleased to see me.
If I cannot get more draws at the start, it's gonna be tough. Let's not get too many cards for now. Luck step on light too. Let me take those. It's time to fight the milk.
For more.
Man, there's so much junk. This is really bad.
Yes.
I say. One last attack. To your aid.
Did I just say 1,000 damage? Oh my god. No, that one sucked. It takes so long.
I need to be alone.
Take this. Wait. Oh, Chip. Hi, Chip. Chip friend.
Back for more.
Overkill. It's get this one. Get some health back as well. Mana cost reduces when not used. Oh, we catch out this one. I can use my dust here. With only three hand, it's impossible.
This should help.
Oh, that was not bad. I'll get that fight. I will get that fight. Just a little bit.
Ghastly.
To your aid.
Oh, Rachon? I can get more crawler? So that's 4 now? Shit, that's crazy. Alright, 4 crawlers. Big calm. No, we cannot get 2 cards now.
I'm busted. To your aid.
Okay, 2 damage is not that bad.
Haha, that's all I can take. Back for more.
Attacks deal 20% splash damage.
Here to avenge.
Ooh, that's really bad.
Yes.
No knockback? Unfortunate.
I need to be alone.
Pleased to see me.
Kobo is doing good. Kobo is still a bit like very easy today. But other than that,
Not.
I'm doing pretty good. Kobo is doing pretty good. I woke up early this morning to join Celeste VR chat group hangout again, and it was really nice.
I'm busted.
Ow. Yeah.
Back for more. I say. I need to be alone.
Ow. Overkill. Makes the cart wild. And Kobo been pin. Ooh.
To your aid.
Do duplicator. I need bracer. This is really bad.
youngster.
That's all I can do. To your aid.
By your side. To your aid.
Ghastly.
Yes.
Oh, wildcard becomes free. I just realized. It just removes the cost of that cherry bomb. I'm lazy.
I need to be alone.
I say.
Nice. I guess, yeah, we should bring in some stat boost. So that at least during a boss fight, I can protect, I can defend myself a little bit. I'm dead. Wee.
Pleased to see me.
Back for more.
Yes.
Even mana, off mana draw, even mana. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, we can. It's actually gotta. No, we need to draw cards, not mana. I mean, it's fine, so it's fine.
Haunting. That's all I can do.
Anyway,
Back for more.
unlucky. This one is too luck dependent.
Yes. Everybody has it. To your aid.
At least there's some heal. Some. I need Bracer. I can only draw 3 cards per turn. It's so depressing.
I say.
Yes.
Take this. Bastard.
Okay, we're safe.
I must rest.
Nice. Okay, we survived this one somehow. We are slowly healing. Gatia maybe? We have 3 mana now, maybe this could work. This is such a weird build. I need to draw cards. Yeah, that's that. Oh!
I'm busted.
Oh, that kills everything. This feels like a little bit of GG. There's no bracer. The first time I feel so sad. Like a run that doesn't feel good. Oh, chicken? No more chicken? Alright, that's fine.
This should help. Yes.
Oh, I'm already dead. Not 1 health.
Thank you, Kobo. We had a very warm and cozy nap, thanks to the good girl, Evia 2 Hearts.
Chicken for run's sake. Very warm, cozy nap. Heck yeah. unfortunate. No attacking cards. I had so much red card, none of them show up because I keep drawing. I keep being forced to grab cards, and then there's no bracer. What the heck? Remote gem. We need this. Ah, crap. Let's still get that guy. Which one is good? Museum is good. I like this one. Let's get that guy. The piano version. I guess when I'm EP, I just feel very squeaky, you know? when I'm very EP, like today, I feel like I squeak a lot, no? Maybe. Anyways, let's get that fight. Kobo, got that thing. I have an idea. I was thinking about it too. Draw one card.
There's only one way. The which way?
Yellow card.
I am of a higher caliber. Oh. You have an eye for talent.
As long as I can bring my cat. I see you have taste.
Okay, these three should be the one. It's not weird, right? I mean, I'm not even like being fake about it. I just really love being praised. and sometimes when I'm getting praised, it gets me excited. You know, that kind of excited, you know what I mean. Anyway, let's try again. Dairy plan. I'm sure this time we're gonna do it. Alright, here we go again.
What are the chances? To your eggs.
Spellbinder. Oh.
To your aid. Smart.
This feels more balanced. I'm still trying to catch my breath.
Focus.
Rookie.
The guns. Card skips the discard pile or a whip. I feel like Spellbinder is not bad. Yeah, get more Spellbinder. I mean, they're just gonna be here forever, which is going to be good. Need this. Nice.
Yes.
The guns can get kind of loud.
I say. Excellent.
Gun. And Kobo has gun now.
Bingo. Haha.
It's going really well for some reason. What's going on? I don't even know what I did right. But apparently I'm doing something right. Yeah, I have both guns. It's from the character. Like, this character just have both of the guns as like the starter kit, you know? Sure. Wait. Oh, light 2? Wait, no, we don't do it, don't do it. And Kobo thank you. Oh, thank you, Evie. How was that knock? Welcome in, ratings. I kind of want to stretch for a little bit. Welcome, Raiders. Hope you are doing good. I'm Theora. I'm a Kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits, and I do art sometimes. Welcome. Hope that knock was fun.
Yep.
How the stream? Stream good. This game's good. I am not addicted at all. Oh, maybe I am a little bit, but no, I'm not. I'm streaming good.
Focus. Bingo. Excellent. Haha. Smart.
Armor? I still have the... No, I don't have the shoot persist after. So that one's not that good. Drawing cards is good.
I say. Yes. Focus. I say. Bingo.
Ah, that's why it's this. Overdue. Gun. That's big money. Grow. Growth on Spellbinder? Yeah. Yeah. This is evolution, right? Anything else? No? Yeah, I don't want to evolve now, I feel like. Because it uses the book that I need. Let's go down. Oh yeah, if you need any post-stream cash, Kobo, go definitely go do them. It's very important. And thanks again for the raid.
Smart. Excellent. Focus. Excellent.
Gun. Nice.
Yes. I say.
Oh, this one's 28. I guess I don't have a lot of purple cards.
Channel my magic.
Sure. Oh, I'm missing some loot down there.
Bingo. Yes.
To your aid.
Unite.
That was a really big combo. Ah, it's the milk again.
Unite.
Nice.
Unite.
Oh my god, they just say unite? That's so fucking cool. I didn't think about that.
Unite.
Oh my god, that's so cool. Hello?
Unite. Unite.
That's cool as fuck. Oh my god. They're gonna keep spamming unite now. But it's so cool though. That's how you know the dev knows what they're doing.
Unite. Unite.
Uh-oh, getting a little junk.
Unite. 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 Unite.
I built too much of this. They're not attacking though. Let's redo some junk.
Unite. Unite. Unite.
Do I know if any attacking cards?
Unite. Unite. Unite.
I say.
There's so many keys. Holy shit. Let's bring this one in. Boom. Holy shit. Well, I did that for the money. Yeah, I think we can do the evolution now. Wait, how many books do I have? 1? No, we cannot. 3 times as hard. Let's do 8 the sparrow. Yeah. That one only costs 2 energy, so it's a little bit easier to use. A little bit.
Unite.
Okay, nice, that reduces some damage.
Unite. Unite. Unite.
Wait, this build is surprisingly good. Wait, I mean, I got an extra Imelda here. But Imelda gain 1% XP growth. Yeah, Imelda is like for XP. Eh?
Unite. Unite. Unite.
Nice. We need more tomb, like for mana. Guess we can do golden armor. Plus 2 armor. Or do we get more projectiles? You know what? I'm getting more projectile. And the better one too. I think in a pinch that golden armor can help a lot. Nice. Right, here we go.
Unite.
Yeah, see? Comes in a pinch.
Unite. Unite. Unite.
Unite.
Unite. Unite. Unite.
We don't need to use that one. Am I out of like 0 cost cards?
Unite.
Need more spellbinding.
Unite. 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 Unite.
Are you kidding me? Oh my god, that's making my PC lag.
Unite. 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 Unite.
Yeah, only 1 tomb is kinda sad. $3,000 damage? And then one more whip. Overkill! That's how you get money! That's how you get all the shiny! I don't evolution right now. Let's cash out. Where the lizard evil? I know, right? If only we can befriend the lizard. A lizard not evil.
Unite.
8 damage.
Unite.
Like, the lizard looks so good too. And Kobo wanna hug the lizard.
Unite!
I say, unit is done. Our power grows.
Unite!
I just realized I have so many yellow cards. Where's my purple card? 64.
Unite! See ya!
No mana.
Yes. Haha. Perfection. Powering up. Made you work. Okay, I helped. Your aid.
Yeah, let's do this one. Need to reduce some yellow cards. And I think that's a really good way to reduce the cards. Not biased at all. I know, right? Gosh. It's just lizards are that cool. That's it.
I say. Smart. Haha.
Go kitty go!
Yes. Powering up.
Hey, that killed. Allows the next second to continue combo up or down? Up or down? So 103? This is 2 and 204. What do we have? Golden armor and red. I don't know what that means, but I can give it a try. I'll pay attention to the trigger, like.
Let's dance.
Scientifically verified as cool lizards? Of course, they're perfect.
Unite!
Unite. Hell yeah. Unite. This is how you know that the devs, they thought of everything. Unite. It's so cool. Like when you have like an effect that triggers together, it's like, yeah. Adds all kind of trigger. Wait, I know what this means now. This is good. I know what that means now. It triggers everything here. And that's gonna be so strong now. Now that I have 3 crawlers and 4 now. Yeah.
Unite! 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 Unite!
Nice. Nice. Finally, Light Tomb. Oh, I'm feeling good about this build.
Unite! I must reload.
Oh, that doesn't kill.
Perfection. Made you live.
Nice. Money. Finally! Okay, that's a good start.
I say.
Alright, here we go. Boss fight. Get more of it.
It is done. Our power grows. I say. Haha, powering up.
Yeah, that saves lives.
Made you live.
My turn now. Unite.
Ooh, nice.
Unite.
Okay, I helped.
I'm fully armed. I say.
Channel my magic.
Unite. 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 My turn now.
Overkill. Maximum overkill. Maximum overkill. Boom. Easy. Big money. I'll use one. Alright. Evolved. It's time to keep going. Another card that saves lives. 2 of them? Okay. This is a very blessed run. Let's not fuck this up.
Unite.
20 damage is crazy, huh? And now there's no damage. Alright, we good.
Unite. Unite.
This is a... I cannot believe the game just gets more and more fun.
Unite.
How do they even do
Unite.
this? At luck. For... Wait.
Unite. Unite.
Dang. I didn't even think this build would be this strong. Holy heck. It's a dragon again. Kobo one dragon.
Unite. Unite.
That's unfortunate. We get this time. We're now at 1, 2.
It is done. Your aid. Yes. Smart.
No.
Yes.
Please don't take damage.
Power up.
Welcome. I want to welcome.
Perfection.
Ow.
Yes. Haha.
I'm fully armed.
Unite. Unite.
-2? I get 2 mana back? Oh.
Unite.
Unite. Getting head pet. Oh my god, Jake head pet. And the boop. Oh my god. Aioi.
Okay, I helped.
Overkill. Wait. I do not scout.
To your aid. Bingo.
Our power grows. Unite.
Well, that's still something. Oh, Juno is doing good. Welcome. Hell yeah, triple damage. Chicken. Ooh, that's really good. Any wild card is like so strong in this game.
Unite.
Stone nice.
Unite. 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 Unite.
They're not doing any damage. We can keep this one, I think. Also, kitty card. Yeah. Although the main damage is not the kitty. The kitty is the start.
Unite.
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 Unite. Oh. We got him. 98 times on this on the witch. Oh nice, I want this one. Oh my god, this red, hello? Let's get Stone Mask. Friendship Amulet's really good. Oh my god. Huge duplicator. What is going on? Copy? Copy a Spellbinder. This one is really good. Nice.
Unite. Unite.
Continue combo up or down. So is it like I do 0-1-0-1? I think I get what this is now. It'll be nice on the 2? Actually, no, it's not. So I play State Inspire 2 as well. I want to play State Inspire 2 someday, but I haven't played it myself. Not yet anyway. Once I get enough Counter-Strike money, I'm most likely going to buy that one and play together with friends. You can basically run 2 OP if you get the cards you want. That's usually how roguelike goes, honestly.
See ya.
Like with the amount of roguelike games I played, yeah, that's pretty much the gist of it.
I say, smart.
Smart.
It is done. Channel my magic. Made you work.
Alright, we good. Huh?
Ballerina,
attract.
smart.
Alright, go kitty! Go kitty!
Let's dance.
Yo! Wings is so OP. Wings is so good.
Unite. 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 Unite.
Unite until I'm broken. Let's go.
Unite.
Unite. 10,000. 10,000 dagger flies your way. What do you do? What do you do? No, where's my zero cost cards? What? Okay,
Unite.
we do.
Unite. Unite. Unite.
Let's go. Oh, we need this one. Gonna heal, even though I'm not really losing health, but it's always good to have a card like that to heal. The kitty becomes a true horror. No, it's just kitty playing. It's fine.
Unite.
Spell
Unite.
down. Another one.
Unite. Unite. Unite.
Holy. They're cloning the mobs of this game? Yeah. Kitty can get really crazy if we can get like a lot of amount going on. Okay, which one do we duplicate? I kind of want to duplicate more Tomb, so I need more mana to play with. Either Tomb or Wings. No, you know what? We need Wings. Wings is so much better. It's free and it reduces the cost of card for the next one play by 1. That was English. It was really hard. Words are hard, okay.
Unite.
Unite. Go kitty!
Unite.
That wasn't the best.
Unite.
Ooh, yeah!
Unite. Unite.
Big money. Holy. Right, here we go. Boss fight.
Unite. Unite.
19 damage.
Unite.
Okay, we're safe now.
Unite. Unite. Unite.
We good. There are many barrels and pipes around here. Are you in some sort of brewery? Are you stealing your meat? I'm in a milk factory apparently.
Unite.
Let's do kitty. Draw cards. Big cards.
Unite.
finish.
Unite.
That was pretty good. So we can do
Unite.
into this, into more, into stupid damage, into broken damage, into
Unite. 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 Unite.
oh no.
Unite.
The Minotaurs? Yeah, exactly. Don't worry about it, it's fine. Evolution, wanna replay. Let me cash out this one. Is this the last stage? Oh, there's more! Holy shit! It's okay, I don't want to get too many cards now.
Unite. Unite.
Shut up! Spooky!
Unite. Unite.
Death!
Unite. Unite.
This is so stupid. Okay, we got another rainbow. Rainbow for whip, yeah. I think that's normal. I think I'm close to breaking the game and I love it. Finally, right? Finally. Like you're supposed to break Vampire Survivor games, right? Or Vampire Crawlers for this one. He's already dead. Nah, oh, it's only 10k damage, it's fine. It's not like it's 100k or something. Well, I'm just a little kobold, I'm not gonna be deadly. Okay, let's see. Copy.
Unite. Unite. Unite.
Dedication. Oh shit, needs to. Oh.
Shut up! I
Do
say!
this. Plus.
Spooky!
Boom. Friendship.
Unite.
One down. Unite.
Unite.
Back to one.
Unite.
Oh my god, what the fuck? Oh, the game's scared now.
Unite. 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 Unite.
I say!
Unite. Unite.
That's good enough.
Unite.
Let's go!
Unite. Unite.
Oh no. Ancient Tomb? I think this could be good. Uh-oh. The game's bugged. Did I break the game too hard? Oh, okay, it's gone.
Unite. 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 Unite.
Shut up!
I can't see shit.
Unite. Unite.
I think Obis also thought you were lagging because the stream froze a bit. Oh shit, I didn't even realize. No drop frames. I guess it's just OBS decided to shit the stuff for a bit. Understandable. I mean, look at what's going on right now. Bracer? We don't need Bracer now. If only I get Bracer on the previous run. Echo... We echo... Usually... Yeah, we echo with Tomb, yeah. That could be extra mana for me to use. Oh my god. Alright, what do we duplicate? We could duplicate more rainbow trigger. No, we duplicate more wings. Wings is too good. Wings is too good. Let's go. Nice, getting more wild cards. Wild cards is so fun to use in this game.
Unite! 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 Unite!
Yeah, oh my god. That was 9 times. Let's get a clock lancet. Because I wonder what it combines with. Guns with something. I think it's tiramisu, no? So armor, still missing something. This one plus the book. Oh, the book! I didn't get the book! Crown and pentagram? Oh wow, yeah, crown and pentagram is hard to get. Attract all plus centaur water. Okay. I will not remember all of them. Whoa, new enemy.
Unite! 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 Unite!
We do cover, get 16 mana, and then more combo. More combo. Times 10! Times 10! That's book. Plus 4, minus 1. Oh no, 0, crap.
Unite!
Cover, we do 0.
Unite!
And then... -1 to 0. Do I have a 0 card? I only have one -1, so I need to do -1. I need 0, so 0. I need 1.
Unite!
1, 2 times 10, easy. No tree. We have tree. Then we friendship.
Unite!
Back to 0.
Unite! Unite!
2 times 15. My ears were bleeding. Yeah, that's only 0 card. I think I need it. Don't worry about my ears bleeding. It's fine. And Kobo has strong ears, I think. I'm gonna persist and double healing. Increase mana every 100 cards. How many cards do I have? I can't see. We do shield your shield, my liege. Shield persist can be huge, I'm pretty sure, with my current things that's going on. Unite.
Unite.
I say.
One.
Unite. Unite. Unite.
Yeah, no tree. Back to 0.
Unite. Unite.
It's little books.
Unite.
Spooky.
Oh, I can use the tomb.
Unite. Unite.
Death.
Uh-oh.
Unite.
We got it going again. We do friendship? No, 2-3. Oh no. Oh, that killed. The combo could keep going, just saying. Copy... Which one do I copy? We could copy more tune. It's really good, yeah. Like, so long as I have mana, I can do infinite things, essentially.
Unite.
Oh.
Unite. Unite. Unite.
Oh no, I can use my tomb.
Unite. Unite.
2 is more mana, and then to 0.
Unite.
1,
Unite.
2,
Unite.
3. Then wings again. Wings again. I'm getting the hang of it, I think. Refund mana? Yes, sir. Chicken? Oh. Right. Here we go, boss fight.
Unite.
Chicken. 0, 1,
Unite.
2. Echo the duplicator. It's better.
Unite. Unite. Unite.
Spooky.
No 0 cost card.
Unite. Unite.
Oh no. How many draw was that? Copy? Oh no. Wings?
Unite. Unite. Unite.
I wonder how much of a kill can I get?
Unite. 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 Unite.
Wait, I have 100 mana. Just spam it all. Just spam it all! Yeah! Just spam it all!
Unite.
Oh shit! Die!
Unite.
Kobo is going to rampage!
Unite.
Heal!
Unite.
Oh, what's going on? The cards are breaking. You see that? The cards are breaking. I wonder what's going on. I want to see what's up here. The cards are breaking.
Unite. Unite.
Oh no. Why were the cards breaking? Oh, I didn't get to see. Didn't you keep drawing? Oh, this is new. Let's get this one. King People and the Spell Pinter. I don't know if this is like the last stage. Oh, yep. Good run. Let's go. That was crazy. 805%. What the fuck? Nicole was losing it. Yay, that was good. I get the kill. That's a shit ton of achievements I'm getting. You guys can see it, but I'm getting spammed by achievements. Oh, there we go. Free to play gem, duration gem, chain link arcana, jester head arcana, milk factory. Ooh, Kurochi. Total 6666 enemies. Harm ages, bracelet, Clarice. Recovers 10,000. Recovers 1,000 HP. I recover so much HP. Unite to the point where it's broken. This is the build, man. Like, because this one draws a card, this one draws a card on purple, this one attacks on red. I don't think there's a red that draws card. Alright, let's upgrade here as much as possible. I now know what duration is now. It's so good. Skip choices and get XP instead too, Parang. Okay, that's actually really good. No money. 69? Oh, it's a sign. It's a sign that Kobo is I mean... Nope. Did you get that thigh? Oh yeah, I even get that thigh. I was losing it. Combos don't clear between turns. Ooh. Give me a second. 2 times stack pile is damage after turn. Turret cards picked up from light sources. Light sources? Oh, the wild buff. Okay, okay. Remaining armor persists between turns. No, I think this one is still the best one. Alright, let's get that thing. Kobo can get strong legs. What happens if I only get strong legs but fat upper body? Is that even possible? Because I feel like I'm so chunky, you know? Kobo felt it, the good kind of pain. I felt the good kind of pain. I need water. Mm. I need to... Holy heck, I need to catch my breath for a long time for this one somehow. I felt the good kind of pain. You want me to try other crawlers? Oh, I can find them. Oh, there's more. Actually, I feel like I kind of want to end here for now and probably get some EP. Maybe. I mean, I woke up very early and to be honest, while I was having fun, I almost fell asleep at I almost fell asleep at the middle of the stream a few times. I don't know why though. I mean, it's the low blood sugar thing that causes this, I'm pretty sure. As much as I want to play more, I think I'll stop here for today. And then tomorrow I'm most likely going to be playing some Tekken. I'm still trying to catch my breath. Oh my god. Oh, you can use controller to play this game. Right, let's exit to the menu. Gonna go and have a lurk. Have a resolution you win. Thank you, Chip. Have a good lurk. I'm gonna end the stream for now. I'm probably gonna go EP for a bit. It's 6 p.m. It's possible. I'm gonna EP for a bit. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I can EP for a bit. Okay. Let me open up music and find a right target. A little bit on the shorter side this time, the stream, but I think 5 hours is a good middle ground, I think. Oh, wait, can I rate Celeste? No, Celeste is rating out. I don't get to rate Celeste. No. No. Celeste is rating out. No. Well, I rated Astro last time. I didn't really get the chance to rate to Ixon or Akko. And I see Akko is streaming right now. I did rate Akko a few times, like, long time ago. I never really rated Ixon before. I could rate Ixon. Yeah, let's rate Draken. Let's rate Draken. I found the right target. I'm gonna lurk in Astral and Akko's channel. Let's rate Ixon. I wonder if Ixon's gonna be streaming for a long time still. Oh, Ixon is playing Breath of the Wild. Ooh, oh, Ixon just started. well, I know who to rate now. Let's rate to a very sweet dragon. Before that though, let me plug my stuff real quick. So I have coffee. Coffee helps. Coffee good, right? Helps me pay the bills and stuff, especially the loan things. So yeah, it's probably gonna take a while, a long time actually, but we'll get there. Also, I'll let Bernie talk about it as well. Hey Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Wow, thank you, Bernie. And I also have a Discord channel. Discord bad, but I don't know where else to announce my stream stuff. So Discord is where I announce my stream stuff, and there's also Dragon Simping Corner in there if you fancy dragons, because I love dragons a lot, and of course I love dragon bits as well. Anyways, that's pretty much it with the plugs and stuff. Here's the rate message. I'm just gonna copy this one, and I'm gonna type in the rate to Ixen. Okay, there we go. Okay. Let's rate Ixen. I'm probably gonna go get some small EP, I guess. A nap EP, a tiny EP. So yeah, tomorrow I kind of want to play Tekken 8, but we'll see how it goes, right? So before the raid, Kobo wants to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love y'all so much. And also know that you guys are heckin' loved, valid, and matter. And very valuable. And Kobo loves y'all, right? And here comes the raid to Ixen Dragon. Hiya. I'm probably just gonna press the raid now button because I feel like I'm half asleep this stream. But the thing is, I also did drink a huge, huge cup of coffee this morning. Apparently it's not enough. I should probably eat early today. And don't be like last night. I mean, this could have been averted or avoided if I were to sleep early last night, instead of playing Vampire Crawlers until 2 a.m. I can't help it. The game is too fun. I cannot help it. Like I would play more if if I'm not eepy at all, like right now. So I'll be fine though, right? The low blood sugar thing is still like kind of hitting me like a truck this morning, but I'm feeling better now, right? It's no big deal. It just takes some time for me to like sort of recover from that fatigue or something like that. So yeah, maybe I don't even need to press the right now button. The amount of me yapping is gonna be like, yeah. Well, I'm probably most likely gonna play Tekken 8 tomorrow. It's been a long time since I last played Tekken 8. I think it was last year that I touched Tekken 8. I love Tekken. I love fighting games. Fighting games are fun, but also competitive. Alright, see you guys tomorrow. Take care. Bye bye. Take care.